So now we will begin the Panchamahabhut Havan, dedicated to the Panchamahabhuta Tattvas. The entire ecosystem, creation, is nothing but a permutation and combination of these five tattvas. And this Havan has been specially designed so that we offer ahutis to them, helping them purify, nurture, nourish, strengthen the tattvas. And when these tattvas are nourished, purified, then it helps in changing the entire ecosystem. And it is ecosystem external as well as internal, because even this is made of the same five tattvas. So it is this Havan which we will be performing now. Prarambh.
आता तुम्हाला जसं सोपं पडेल तसं सोयीनुसार पुढं सारखा थोडंसं म्हणजे हवन टाकायला तुम्हाला त्याच्यामध्ये ठेवलेलं आहे. तेच आपलं करायचं हवन स्वाहा म्हणल्यानंतर. हां हां सारखा. हां दोघांनी दोघांनी. ओम. हां ह्या 3 बोटांनी घ्यायचं मृगमुद्रेने आणि सोडायचं. हां. ॐ पृथिव्यै च विद्महे सहस्रमूर्त्यै च धीमहि तन्नो महि प्रचोदयात्. पृथिव्यै स्वाहा. पृथिव्यै दन्नमम. जलबिम्बाय विद्महे नीलपुरुषाय धीमहि तन्नो अम्ब प्रचोदयात्. अद्भ्यः स्वाहा. अद्भ्यै दन्नमम. भास्कराय विद्महे महद्युतिकराय धीमहि तन्नो आदित्यप्रचोदयात्. तेजसे स्वाहा. तेजसैदन्नमम. जगत्प्राणाय विद्महे ध्वजहस्ताय धीमहि तन्नो वायुप्रचोदयात्. वायवे स्वाहा. वायवैदन्नमम. आकाशाय विद्महे नभो देवाय धीमहि तन्नो गगनप्रचोदयात्. आकाशाय नमः स्वाहा. आकाशाय इदन्नमम. पृथिव्यै च विद्महे सहस्रमूर्त्यै च धीमहि पृथिवीदेव्यै च विद्महे सहस्रमूर्त्यै च धीमहि तन्नो महि प्रचोदयात्. पृथिव्यै स्वाहा. पृथिव्यै दन्नमम. जलबिम्बाय विद्महे नीलपुरुषाय धीमहि तन्नो अम्ब प्रचोदयात्. अद्भ्यः स्वाहा. अद्भ्यै दन्नमम. भास्कराय विद्महे महद्युतिकराय धीमहि तन्नो आदित्यप्रचोदयात्. तेजसे स्वाहा. तेजसैदन्नमम. जगत्प्राणाय विद्महे ध्वजहस्ताय धीमहि तन्नो वायुप्रचोदयात्. वायवे स्वाहा. वायवैदन्नमम. आकाशाय विद्महे नभो देवाय धीमहि तन्नो गगनप्रचोदयात्. आकाशाय स्वाहा. आकाशाय इदन्नमम. पृथिवीदेव्यै च विद्महे सहस्रमूर्त्यै च धीमहि तन्नो महि प्रचोदयात्. पृथिव्यै स्वाहा. पृथिव्यै दन्नमम. जलबिम्बाय विद्महे नीलपुरुषाय धीमहि तन्नो अम्ब प्रचोदयात्. अद्भ्यः स्वाहा. अद्भ्यै दन्नमम. भास्कराय विद्महे महद्युतिकराय धीमहि तन्नो आदित्यप्रचोदयात्. तेजसे स्वाहा. तेजसैदन्नमम. जगत्प्राणाय विद्महे ध्वजहस्ताय धीमहि तन्नो वायुप्रचोदयात्. मम भास्कराय विद्महे महद्युतिकराय धीमहि तन्नो आदित्य प्रचोदयात् तेजसे स्वाहा तेजसैदन्न मम जगत्प्राणाय विद्महे ध्वजहस्ताय धीमहि तन्नो वायु प्रचोदयात् वायवे स्वाहा वायवैदन्न मम आकाशाय विद्महे नभो देवाय धीमहि तन्नो गगन प्रचोदयात् आकाशाय स्वाहा आकाशाय इदन्न मम पृथिवी देव्यै च विद्महे सहस्रमूर्त्यै च धीमहि तन्नो वायु प्रचोदयात् तन्नो महि प्रचोदयात् पृथिव्यै स्वाहा पृथिव्यैदन्न मम जलबिम्बाय विद्महे नीलपुरुषाय धीमहि तन्नो अम्ब प्रचोदयात् अद्भ्यः स्वाहा अद्भ्यैदन्न मम भास्कराय विद्महे महद्युतिकराय धीमहि तन्नो आदित्य प्रचोदयात् तेजसे स्वाहा तेजसैदन्न मम जगत्प्राणाय विद्महे ध्वजहस्ताय धीमहि तन्नो वायु प्रचोदयात् वायवे स्वाहा वायवैदन्न मम आकाशाय विद्महे नभो देवाय धीमहि तन्नो गगन प्रचोदयात् आकाशाय स्वाहा आकाशाय इदन्न मम पृथिवी देव्यै च विद्महे सहस्रमूर्त्यै च धीमहि तन्नो महि प्रचोदयात् पृथिव्यै स्वाहा पृथिव्यैदन्न मम जलबिम्बाय विद्महे नीलपुरुषाय धीमहि तन्नो अम्ब प्रचोदयात् अद्भ्यः स्वाहा अद्भ्यैदन्न मम भास्कराय विद्महे महद्युतिकराय धीमहि तन्नो आदित्य प्रचोदयात् तेजसे स्वाहा तेजसैदन्न मम जगत्प्राणाय विद्महे ध्वजहस्ताय धीमहि तन्नो वायु प्रचोदयात् वायवे स्वाहा वायवैदन्न मम आकाशाय विद्महे नभो देवाय धीमहि तन्नो गगन प्रचोदयात् आकाशाय स्वाहा आकाशाय इदन्न मम पृथिवी देव्यै च विद्महे सहस्रमूर्त्यै च धीमहि तन्नो महि प्रचोदयात् पृथिव्यै स्वाहा पृथिव्यैदन्न मम जलबिम्बाय विद्महे नीलपुरुषाय धीमहि तन्नो अम्ब प्रचोदयात् अद्भ्यः स्वाहा अद्भ्यैदन्न मम भास्कराय विद्महे महद्युतिकराय धीमहि तन्नो आदित्य प्रचोदयात् तेजसे स्वाहा तेजसैदन्न मम जगत्प्राणाय विद्महे ध्वजहस्ताय धीमहि तन्नो वायु प्रचोदयात् वायवे स्वाहा वायवैदन्न मम आकाशाय विद्महे नभो देवाय धीमहि तन्नो गगन प्रचोदयात् आकाशाय स्वाहा आकाशाय इदन्न मम विहारयति स्वाहा म्हणलं की ते सगळं एकदम त्याच्यामध्ये सोडायचं हां यदस्य कर्मणोत्तरीर्जञ्जदवान्योनमिहाकरम् अग्निष्टत्सृष्टकृतद्वान् सर्वं सृष्टं सूतं करोतु मे अग्नये सृष्टकृते सुहृदहुते सर्वप्रायश्चित्ताहुतीनां कामानां समर्धयित्रे सर्वान्नः कामान् समर्धय स्वाहा सृष्टकृते अग्नय इदन्न मम तूप घ्या हे तूप जे आहे का नाही थोडं 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 हां चालतंय कोणी पण घाला स्वाहा म्हणलं की घालायचं हां अयाश्चाग्नेशनाभिषस्तिश्च सत्यमित्वमया असे अयासा वयसा कृतो यासन् हव्यमूय च यानो देवेशजं स्वाहा अयसेग्नैदन्नम यद्वो देवाधिपतयानि वाचा च प्रयोति देवहेळनम् अरायो अस्मान् विदुच्छनायतेऽन्यत्रासन्मरुतस्तन्निदेतनः स्वाहा देवेभ्यः स्वाहा देवेभ्यैदन्नम इदं विष्णुर्विचक्रमे त्रेधानि तदेपदं समूलमस्य पांसुरे स्वाहा विष्णवैदन्नम भू स्वाहा अग्नयैदन्न मम घाला फास्ट घाला थोडं भुव स्वाहा वायवैदन्न मम स्वस्वाहा सूर्यायैदन्न मम भूर्भुव स्वस्वाहा प्रजापतयैदन्न मम बस 5 मिनिटं बसा फळ घेऊन येतो नैवेद्य दाखवायचं पृथिव्याद्यावाहित्रैवताभ्यो नमः आसनार्थे अक्षतान् समर्पयामि वह अक्षता पृथिव्याद्यावाहित्रैवताभ्यो नमः तुम्हें हळद कुंकू विलेपनार्थे चंदनं समर्पयामि ऋतुकालोद्भव यथा लाभपुष्पाणि च समर्पयामि पृथिव्याद्यावाहितदेवताभ्यो नमः माल्यादीनि सुगन्धीनि मालत्यानि वयप्रभो मया ऋतानि पूजार्थं पुष्पाणि प्रतिगृह्यतां भूर्भुवस्वः पृथिव्याद्यावाहितदेवताभ्यो नमः नानाविधपरिमलपत्रपुष्पाणि च समर्पयामि तिथं व्हायचं महाराजांना वा अज्ञानान्धश्चकारस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरं मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः सद्गुरुचरणारविन्दाभ्यं नमः समस्तोपचारार्थे गन्धपुष्पं समर्पयामि धूपदीपं समर्पयामि नैवेद्यार्थे स्थापित देतो मी तुमच्या काय करा हे पेड्यांचा आणि फळांचा ह्याच्यावरती पाणी फिरवा नैवेद्य दाखवा सत्यं परिशिंचामि अमृतोपस्त्रणमसि प्राणाय स्वाहा अपानाय स्वाहा व्यानाय स्वाहा उदानाय स्वाहा समानाय स्वाहा ब्रह्मणे स्वाहा मध्ये प्राशनार्थे पानीयं समर्पयामि एक पळवर पाणी सोडून द्या खाली सोडून द्या परत एकदा पेड्यांवरती आणि फळांभोवती पाणी फिरवा पुनः प्रोक्ष परिशिच्य प्राणाय स्वाहा अपानाय स्वाहा व्यानाय स्वाहा उदानाय स्वाहा समानाय स्वाहा ब्रह्मणे स्वाहा 3 वेळा पाणी खाली सोडून द्या उत्तरापोष्णं समर्पयामि हस्तप्रक्षालनं समर्पयामि मुखप्रक्षालनं समर्पयामि करोद्वर्तनं समर्पयामि मुखवासार्थे पूगीफलतांबूलं समर्पयामि विड्यावर पाणी सोडून द्या इथे विडा मुखवासार्थे पूगीफलतांबूलं समर्पयामि फलार्थे नारिकेल महापूर्णफलं समर्पयामि नारळावर पाणी सोडून द्या दोघांनी फुल घ्या हातामध्ये पृथ्वी देव्यै च विद्महे सहस्रमूर्ते च धीमहि तन्नो महि प्रचोदयात् पृथिव्याद्या वैतदेवताभ्यो नमः मंत्रपुष्पांजलिं समर्पयामि नमस्करोमि हातावरनं पाणी सोडून द्यायचं तुम्ही अनेन कृतपूजनेन तेन श्री पृथिव्याद्या वैतदेवता प्रियन्ताम् बसा मागे परत अग्निंबरिसमोहनम् 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 अग्निंबरियोक्षणम् 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 अग्नये नमः समस्तोपचारार्थे गंधपुष्पं समर्पयामि एक फूल गंधामध्ये बुडवून इथं ह्या कोपऱ्यावर वाहून द्या इथं अग्नये नमः तुम्ही हळद कुंकू हाते समोरच्या बाजूच्या कोपऱ्यात तुमच्या बाजूला तिथं स्वाहा स्वधाभ्यां नमः हरिद्रा कुंकुम सौभाग्यद्रव्याणि च समर्पयामि धूपदीपं समर्पयामि हे तूप घ्यायचं तुम्ही 5 वेळा असं थोडं तसं बसून घाला काय 5 वेळा असं थोडं थोडं घाला प्राणाय स्वाहा अपानाय स्वाहा व्यानाय स्वाहा उदानाय स्वाहा समानाय स्वाहा ब्रह्मणे स्वाहा बस हातावरनं 3 पळ्या पाणी सोडून द्या तिथं उत्तरापोष्णं समर्पयामि हस्तप्रक्षालं समर्पयामि मुखप्रक्षालं समर्पयामि दोघांनी हातामध्ये एक एक फूल घ्या अग्निस्तु विश्रवस्वं तो ब्रह्माणमत्तमम् अतोर्तं श्रावयत्पतिं पुत्रं दददाशुषे अग्निर्ददाति सत्पतिं सहाय युधानिर्भिः अग्निरत्यं रघुषतं जेतारं पराजितं वहा अग्नीला तिथं बाजूला कोपऱ्यावर हां अग्नये नमः मंत्रपुष्पांजलिं समर्पयामि नमस्करोमि ओम च मे सुरश्च मे यज्ञोपचते नमश्च यत्तेनं तस्मै तोपयत्ते धृतं तस्मै ते नमः तुम्ही म्हणायचं अग्नये नमः स्वस्ति श्रद्धां मेधां यशः प्रज्ञां विद्यां बुद्धिं श्रियं बलं आयुष्यं तेजः आरोग्यं देहि मे हव्य वाहन देहि मे हव्य वाहन ओम नम इति प्रमादात् कुर्वतात् कर्म पृच्छवेदात् धरेष्वेत स्मरणादेव तद्विष्णोः सम्पूर्णः स्यादिति श्रुतिः प्रायश्चित्तानि शेषाणि तपः कर्मात्मकानि वै यानि तेषामशेषाणां कृष्णानुस्मरणं परं कृष्ण 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 कपाळाला गळ्याला बिंबिल लावायचं त्रायशंच वनर्तील लाटे कश्यपस्य त्रायशं कंठे अगस्यस्य त्रायशं नाभो बिंबिल लावा उजवा खांदा डावा खांदा यद्देवनां त्रायशं दक्षिणस्कंदे तन्मयस्य त्रायशं वामस्कंदे डोक्याला सर्वमस्य त्रायशं शिरसी त्यांच्या कपाळाला लावा तुम्ही पत्नीला लाटे तुम्ही घ्या त्यातलं काढून थोडं मंगळसूत्राला लावा ओम च मेश्वरश्च मे यज्ञोपचते नमश्च यत्ते निनं तस्मै तोपयत्ते तरित्तम् म्हणायचं. अनेन कृत पृथिवी आदी पंचमहाभूत होम आख्येन कर्मणा तेन श्री पृथिव्यादी आवाहित देवता प्रियताम न मम. सोडून द्या त्यावरनं पाणी. तत्सत ब्रह्मार्पणमस्तू तत्सत कृष्णार्पणमस्तू. दोनदा आचमन करा. तीनदा पाणी प्यायचं, एकदा सोडून द्यायचं. केशवाय नमः, नारायणाय नमः, माधवाय नमः, गोविंदाय नमः. केशवाय नमः, नारायणाय नमः, माधवाय नमः, गोविंदाय नमः. परत एकदा हातामध्ये पाणी घ्या. कृतस्य कर्मणा सांगता सिद्ध्यर्थम यदुत्पन्नः श्रेयामुन सफलेन सहा अक्षतेन तुभ्यमहं संप्रदते न मम. सोडून द्या पाणी. मुलगा कुठे असतो?
वाचे नमो वाचस्पतये मन्त्रभृभ्यो मन्त्रपतिभ्यो मामामृतयो मन्त्रकृतो मन्त्रपतयः परदुर्माहमृषीं मन्त्रकृतो मन्त्रपतीं परादां वैश्वदेवीं वाचमुद्यासकुं शिवामदस्ताञ्जुष्टा देवेभ्यः शर्म मेध्यौ शर्म पृथिवी शर्म विश्वमिदं जगत् शर्म चन्द्रश्च सूर्यश्च शर्म ब्रह्म प्रजापति भूतं वदिष्ये भुवनं वदिष्ये तेजो वदिष्ये यशो वदिष्ये तपो वदिष्ये ब्रह्म वदिष्ये सत्यं वदिष्ये तस्मा अहमिदमुपस्तरणमुपस्तृण उपस्तरणं मे प्रजायै पशूनां भूयादुपस्तरणमहं प्रजायै पशूनां भूयसं प्राणापानौ मृत्योर्मापातं प्राणापानौ मामादिष्टं मधुमनिष्ये मधुजनिष्ये मधुवक्ष्यामि मधुपदिष्यामि मधुमतीं देवेभ्यो वाचमुद्यासकुं शुश्रूषेण्याः मनुष्येभ्यस्तं मा देवा बन्धुशोभायै पितरो नुमदन्तु ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः।
ब्रह्मण्डवर्गेण प्रजरश्यामोः दर्घर्मविष्टः अग्रे द्रोहिणोपुरोडाश्रय पृथप्रस्थादर्विहर प्रस्तोरस्सामानिकाय यमागत्वा मघागत्वा सूर्यस्य हरसे त्वा
ब्रह्मज्ञानं प्रथमं पुरस्ताद्वसेमतस्वरचोपेन आवस्सपत्न्यापमा सविष्टा सदस्योनिमसदस्य विभो ब्रह्मज्ञानं प्रथमं पुरस्ताद्वसेमतस्वरचोपेन आवस्सपत्न्यापमा सविष्टा सदस्योनिमसदस्य विभो ब्रह्मज्ञानं प्रथमं पुरस्ताद्वसेमतस्वरचोपेन आवस्सपत्न्यापमा सविष्टा सदस्योनिमसदस्य विभो इयं पितरे राष्ट्रेत्यग्रे प्रथमाय जनुषे भूमनेष्ठास्तस्मा एतं सुरजं भारमह्यं घर्मं श्रीणन्ति प्रथमस्य दासो महान् महीयस्तभायद्विजातोऽद्यां विदासत्मपार्थिवञ्चरजस्सबुद्धादाश्च जनुषाभ्युग्रं बृहस्पतिर्देवदातस्य सम्भ्रो अभित्यं देवं सवितारमोऽन्योः कविकृतमर्चामि सत्यसवं रत्नधामभिप्रियं मतिं कविमूर्ध्वा यस्यामदर्भादिब्दुदत्सवेमनि हिरण्यपाणिसममि कृपात्स्वो
सर्वं परिघर्म्यमनपूर्वन्त्रिः प्रोक्षते प्रोक्षदानव्यायादयते विषकलितानि करोति अधिजगत्याग्नेध्रोरोहिणो पुरोडाश् तूष्णीमपचरितो धृष्ट्यादानादिपद्माध्योहनपर्यन्तन्नात्र पात्रागुं सम्भावः अत्र प्रतिप्रस्थादादर्भिहोमगुं सग्गस्कारेणाज्यगुं सग्गस्करोति अपरेणाग्निमाज्यस्थाल्यामित्यादिपवित्रानुप्रहरणान्तं करोति गार्हपत्ये दद्धितिश्रशते देवपुरश्चर सख्या सन्त्वा देवपुरश्चर सख्या सन्त्वा देवपुरश्चर सख्या सन्त्वा प्राणाय स्वाहा व्यानाय स्वाहा अपानाय स्वाहा चक्षुषे स्वाहा श्रोत्राय स्वाहा मनसे स्वाहा वाचे सरस्वत्यै स्वाहा दक्षाय स्वाहा कृतवे स्वाहा ओजसे स्वाहा बलाय स्वाहा देवस्त्वा सविता
तायि वियञ्जते सामञ्जते एह्या अवक्रातुं रायि हन्ति मधुवा वियञ्जते एह्या हवसा इन्दो श्वासे पातायन्तमुक्षाणम् एह्या हवहैरा न्या पावा पाशमुप्सु गृह्णाते एह्या होयि डा हवञ्जा तायि वियञ्जते सामञ्जते एह्या अवक्रातुं रायि हन्ति मधुवा वियञ्जते एह्या हवसा इन्दो श्वासे पातायन्तमुक्षाणम् एह्या हवहैरा न्या पावा पाशमुप्सु गृह्णाते एह्या हवु होयि ढ हवञ्जा तायि वियञ्जते सामञ्जते एह्या अवक्रातुं रायि हन्ति मधुवा वियञ्जते एह्या हवसा इन्दो श्वासे पातायन्तमुक्षाणम् एह्या हवहैरा पावा पाशमुप्सु गृह्णाते एह्या होयि डा शुक्रं 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 अयं शुक्रो सुन्वातो गृ शुक्रं 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 शुक्रं
पश्यन्ति मनसा विपश्यतः समुद्रे अन्तः कवयो विचक्षते मरीचीना
Namo Narayan.
पदमिच्छन्ति वेदसो
Now we are going to have the afternoon session.
वाचं मनसा विवर्तितां गन्धर्वोपदर्गर्भे अन्तस्तान् द्योतमानां स्वर्यं मनीषामृतस्य वदे कवयो निपान्तो
And there will be Hari Kirtan done here.
यो नस्तनुत्यो विनाशरग्ने यो नन्दरो मित्रमहो मनुष्यात्तमजरे पुरुषवस्तवस्वैस्तपातपिष्टदपदातपस्वो
राम कृष्ण हरी जय जय राम कृष्ण हरी हरी जय राम हरी जय जय राम कृष्ण हरी जय जय राम कृष्ण जय जय राम कृष्ण हरी जय जय राम कृष्ण जय जय राम कृष्ण हरी जय जय राम कृष्ण जय जय राम कृष्ण हरी 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 जय जय राम जय जय राम कृष्ण हरी जय जय राम रूप पाहता लोटणी सुख झाले हो साजणी तोहा विठ्ठल बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा रूप पाहता लोटणी सुख झाले हो साजणी तोहा विठ्ठल बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा भक्त सुकृतांची जोडी मग्न विठ्ठली आवडी तोहा विठ्ठल बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा भक्त सुकृतांची जोडी मग्न विठ्ठली आवडी तोहा विठ्ठल बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा सर्व सुखाचे आगर बापर मागे देवर सर्व सुखाचे आगर बापर मागे सर्व सुखाचे आगर बापर मागे देवर तोहा विठ्ठल बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा सर्व सुखाचे आधार बापर मागे देवर तोहा विठ्ठल बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा तोहा माधव बरवा भाऊ आता येते ज्ञान डोळा मन लंपट डोळा मन लंपट डोळा मन लंपट गोंधळ गोंधळ धरी आली भेदे भावे पूजिना देहा भावे पूजिना देहा भावे पूजिना होईल येणे कळसाले स्थिरावले अंतरी स्थिरावले अंतरी स्थिरावले अंतरी गोंधळ गोंधळ धरी आली भेदे भावे पूजिना देहा भावे पूजिना देहा भावे पूजिना म्हणे गोजरी विठोबा पाया पडू द्या विठोबा पाया पडू द्या विठोबा पाया पडू द्या देहा भावे पूजिना देहा भावे पूजिना देहा भावे पूजिना विठोबा रघुमाई 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 विठोबा
चालले काय जमाना अरे बंद आहे बघ बंद आहे बघ
सुंदर ते ध्यान विविटेवरी घटावरी ठेवूनी या तुळशी हार गला काची पितांबरा नंतर येती ध्यान मकर कुंडळे कल्पती श्रवणे घाणी तुमाने विराजिता तू कामणे माझे सर्व सुखारी मुख आवडीना तुळशी हार गला काची पितांबरा नंतर येती ध्यान देवकी द्वारी उभा क्षण भरे संसारी जीवे कुखरे वारे बाह्य ज्ञानदेव म्हणे सत्या गुण राणा पांडवा घरे हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा घना गुण करे जाऊ वेदी जाणताय शास्त्री कारण हरी विवादे मंतुनी नवितात जे गाणंता जाई मागो एक हरे आत्मा जीव शिव समाय मान घाली मान ज्ञान देव पाठारी आवे कुंठ हरी विजय हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा गुण करे ते गुणा सार निर्गुणे सारा पाठ गुण निर्गुण गुणाच्या गुणा मन व्यर्थ जाय व्यक्ती निराकारण इत्या कारण ज्ञान देव ध्यानी रामकृष्ण म्हणे पुण्य होय हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा गोळा करे भावी विना भक्ती भक्ती विना मुक्त शक्ती बोलून आहे कैशनी देवत प्रसन्न तो नारायण प्रपंच दिन ज्ञान देव म्हणे हरि जप करणे प्रपंचाचे हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा हो गया गविधीन नव्हे भाविन देवन कले संध्या दैवत दिल्या विना प्राप्त कोणा सांगे ज्ञान देव सांगेल संताची माता हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा साधू बोध झाला तो निरुण्या ठेलाय पुराचे वाचे उधळल्या ज्योताय समाप्ती झाली दैते मोक्ष रे त्याला भाग्य विनटला हरी भक्त ज्ञान देवा गोडी संगती सजया हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा पर्वताप्रमाणे पथक करण्यावर भक्ताचे नाही ज्याचे भक्ती कुपत्ता देवा प्रमाणात मानिता हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा संतांची संगती मनोमार्ग रामकृष्ण वाचा भावा तत्व नाम जय नाम मुक्त घोडी वैष्णवाला सत्वर उच्चार प्रल्हाद बिंबळा ज्ञान देव म्हणे नमये सुलभ हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा विठुवीन जपावित त्याचे ज्ञान रामकृष्ण म्हणा दोन्ही करंट नाव भूतवारा वैतक साहो दैताची धारणे गुरुविन ज्ञान ज्ञान देव म्हणे प्रभुने ध्यान प्रपंच हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा
हरी रामकृष्ण हरी जय जय रामकृष्ण 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 हरी रामकृष्ण हरी जय जय रामकृष्ण
त्रिवेणी संगमे नाना तीर्थे भ्रमे नामासे विमुख तो नरपत्या पुराण प्रसिद्ध बोलिले ज्ञान देव मन नाम जपा हरिचा
कोण करी
हरी उच्चारणे अनंत पापराशी
अखिल लय सिंचन माते
अग्नी मेले समरस झाले
जपता हरी
हरी उच्चारणे मंत्र पयाला
मूक बाधा भेटे
ज्ञानदेव म्हणे हरी माझा समर्थ
कर व्यर्थ उपाने सदा
हरी मुखे म्हणा हरी मुखे म्हणा
पुण्याची गणना कोण करी
निर्गौरत नेम भावे विनाशी
आयाची उपाधी करते जाणा
भाव बळे आकले रविनाश
रंगले आवळे तैसा
हरी आचार वागेचा भूमीवर
यज्ञ परोपरी साधन करे
ज्ञानदेव म्हणे निवृत्ती निर्गुण
शीतले संपूर्ण माझ्या
हरी मुखे म्हणा हरी मुखे म्हणा
पुण्याची गणना कोण करी
समाधी हरीची समचुके
साधेल जाण द्वैत मुखे
विजय भगवान नाही
एकेश्वराचे सकळती चौथ्या परमानंदी म्हणा नाही
ज्ञानदेवी रम्य रम्य समाधान
हरीचे चिंतन सर्व काळ
हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा
पुण्याची गणना कोण करी
नित्य सत्यमित हरिपाठ जय
हरी काळच्या शिन भयकृषी
रामकृष्ण उच्चार अनंत रचिता
पाचे करपा पळती पुढे
हरी 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 मंत्र हा शिवाचा
बीजवाचा तया मोक्षे
ज्ञानदेव पाठ नारायण नाम
हरीचे उत्तमानी दास्ताना
हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा
पुण्याची गणना कोण करी
एक नाम हरी द्वैत नाम
द्वैत सुंदरी निर्णादाने
रामबुद्धी घेता समाने श्री हरी
मवेरी हरी झाला
सर्व घटी राम देहा देय
सूर्य प्रकाश संग्रहणे
ज्ञानदेव किती हरी पाठ
आगल्या जन्मा मुक्त झालो
हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा
पुण्याची गणना कोण करी
हरी बुद्धी जपे तो नरा दुर्गा
आचरी सुलभा रामकृष्ण
रामकृष्ण नामी उन्मनी साधे
आयासिला जळे सकळती
तेची बुद्धी धर्म हरी पाठे आहे
पंच निवाळे साधू संगे
ज्ञानदेवी नाम रामकृष्ण ठसे
दश दिशात महारामा
हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा
पुण्याची गणना कोण करी
हरी पाठ कीर्ती मुखे जरी गाये
पवित्र होय देहाचा
पाचे सामर्थ्य तपिन राम
जीव कल्प वैकुंठी नाही
पितृव्रता सगोत्रा
भूषण रहोन ठेले
ज्ञान गुड रम्य नंदेवाला
वृत्तीने दिले माझ्या हाती
हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा
पुण्याची गणना कोण करी
हरिवंश पुराण हरिनाम सखीचा
हरी विनोदने काही
ज्ञानाराला गेले वैकुंठ जो
कळई घडले तीर्थाचा
मानव मार्ग केला तो तेथे मुख
हरी पाठीस लावला दोषी धान्य
ज्ञानदेव गोडे हरिनामाची
रामकृष्णावरी सर्व काळ
हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा
पुण्याची गणना कोण करी हरी विठोबार कुमारी जय जय विठोबार कुमारी 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 विठोबार कुमारी विठोबार कुमारी विठोबार कुमारी विठोबार कुमारी विठोबार नाम संकीर्तन वैष्णवांची जोडी
अनंत कोडी गेली
आनंद जन्माचे तपय करणार
मार्ग सुगम हरी पाठ
योग याग क्रिया धर्म धर्म माया
जय विजया हरी पाठ
ज्ञानदेवी यज्ञ याग क्रिया
हरी विनोद मनाई
दोषा हरी विना व्यर्थ जाया हरी पाठी गेले ते निवंत चिठ्ठी सुमन कली ज्ञानदेवी मंत्र हरिनामाचे पत्रावरचे हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा काळ वेळ नाम उच्चारिता पक्षपायी उच्चारा राम कृष्ण नाम सर्व दोष हरे हरि नाम सार जीवाय नाम कोणवाणी देवा सांग झाला हरी वैकुंठ मार्ग हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा नित्यने म्हणा मी ते प्राणी दुर्लया जवळी नारायण हरी नारायण हरी विना जन्म तो नरकाचे पैसे प्राणी ज्ञानदेव मुसे निवृत्तीचे हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा 7 5 3 दशकांचा मेळ ऐसे नवे नाम सर्व मार्गावरे आज पाचपणे उलट प्राणे ज्ञानदेवा देणे नामे विण कृष्ण पंथ क्रमे हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा जप तप कर्म प्रिया विण राम भाव सोडी रे भाव करी रे सदा कृष्ण गाव नित्य सातवित गोत गुळशिरा भावना ज्ञानदेवा ज्ञानी राम कृष्ण हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा वाणी वाणी निवा भगवंती काय मोक्ष नारायण हरी उच्चारण प्रमाण नवे देवा फळ नारायण हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा एक तत्व नाम दृढधरी हे नाम सुखे राम कृष्ण मामा पडते तत्व नाही रे ज्ञानदेवा मौन जपमाळा हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा सर्व सुख गोडी सर्व शास्त्र निवाडे मंत्र जप कोटी जाईल संकल्प धरून राहे सर्व माया भाव धरिले भावना हरिमुखे म्हणा हरिमुखे म्हणा देवा प्रमाण निवृत्ती देवी देवा प्रमाण निवृत्ती देवी ज्ञान समाधी संजीवन समाधी संजीवन समाधी संजीवन समाधी संजीवन हरे पाठ हरे मुखे हरे मुखे समाधी संजीवन समाधी संजीवन समाधी संजीवन समाधी संजीवन हरे पाठ हरे मुखे देवा प्रमाण निवृत्ती देवी ज्ञान 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 समाधी संजीवन समाधी संजीवन पुण्याची गणना पुण्याची गणना कोण करे हरे पुण्याची गणना पुण्याची गणना पुण्याची गणना पुण्याची गणना कोण करे हरे मुखे माना हरे मुखे माना हरे मुखे माना हरे मुखे
कुंडली कवरद्या
पुंडलिक वरदे हरी विठ्ठल श्री ज्ञानदेव पंढरीनाथ भगवान माऊली ज्ञानेश्वर महाराज की जय. हरी नाम संकीर्तन जळ नलगती सायास सुखे तो आई गवै सोडे आवडिया राम कृष्ण हरी म्हणे सोपे आय सर्वा गुणे 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 शहाणा दोधणी तो आसे जहाना तो धणी घेतो आसे नलगती सायास नलगती सायास जहाना तो धणी घेतो आसे घेतो आसे नाना तो धणी घेतो आसे घेतो आसे नलगती सायास देवनाथ
ज्ञानोबा माऊली 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 सत्य गुरु राय कृपा मज केले सेवा पडले वाटे जाता गंगा स्नान हो जना मागती तुप पावश आय काले उपादरांतराय मुनिया काय घव चैतन्य केशव चैतन्य
पुन्हा मालिके
आद्या फुले काले
अंतर दिला रामकृष्ण
शुद्ध दसमी मागुनी गुरुवारे
अंगीकार तुका
पडले वाटे जाता गंगा
मस्तकी तो दान ठेवला
आदिये मैत्रा जाणूनिया
पाव गुरु
आवडीचा मंत्र सांगितला आधी पुढे एक उतरले पारा भवसागर साधू संतान त्याने त्या जगायचे अवतार सागरे तपी भेटे का म्हणे संती धावेला पेचा सागर पांडुरंग आवडीचा मंत्र सांगितला दुनिया भार राहिलो आवडीया हात कुवालीला माता अधिकार समाचरण तळे सायाच्या वाट्याचा ते कर्यानंद आवडीया हात कुवालीला माता माझ्या विठोबाचा कैसा प्रेमा देव भाव पुरविवास आज पुढे उभा राही सांभाळी क्षमताचे झाले दड भारी म्हणे नाही विश्वास पुराणी विचारून भाव पुरविवास आदिनाथ उमा प्रगती मुद्रा गोरक्षा कृपा केली संग विचारता प्रेम मुद्रा गोरक्षा कृपा केली दिनाथ गुरु सकाळ चंद्राने मोठा गोरक्षा गोरक्ष वळला प्रसादे निवृत्ती दाता चंद्राने मोठा गोरक्षा गोरक्ष वळला आनंदाच्या धरणी जगन्नाथ आय जगन्नाथ बाप जगन्नाथ हे जनार्दन एक म्हणे कन्याची शोभा शोभत आय जगन्नाथ बाप जगन्नाथ राजनंदार सुखाचा घरी आनंदे वरी नदी मिलो आई नगी मायतया पंढरपुरी हर वसुताचे फल मिलाई ममी देवी ना पांडुरंगा परकुमादेवारू विठ्ठलाची चौकटी करून आई नगी मायतया पंढरपुरी श्री गुरु सरिता पाठी आज या ठिकाणचा काही विद्वानाच्या जोगे सिद्धी पाहावे कल्पतरू तलवाटी कोणी ज्ञानदेव म्हणे करलो गुरु कृपे गुरु सरिता पाठी वडे स्वरूप लागले मोगरा फुलला मोगरा फुल मोगरा फुल
देव माझी सांगा कबूलते
बाणाचा पराधी परिता
पाय पाय वेगळा नका करू
तुका म्हणे तुम्ही निर्विडा
माझा हरी उपेक्षेना
श्रवण तुम्ही जाते पांडू
देव माझी सांगा कबूलते
हरी हरी शरण शरण हनुमंता
शरण हनुमंता
शरण शरण हनुमंता
शरण शरण हनुमंता
तुम्हालो रामदूता तुम्हालो रामदूता
तुम्हालो रामदूता तुम्हालो रामदूता तुम्हालो रामदूता तुम्हालो रामदूता
आय भक्तीच्या त्या वाटा
आय भक्तीच्या त्या वाटा
आय भक्तीच्या त्या वाटा
आय भक्तीच्या त्या वाटा
मद लावाव्या सुगटा मद लावाव्या सुगटा
मद दावाव्या सुगटा मद दावाव्या सुगटा मद दावाव्या सुगटा मद दावाव्या सुगटा
आशुर आणि धीर
आसुर आणि वीरा
आशुर आणि धीर
आसुर आणि वीरा
स्वामी काजी तू सादर स्वामी काजी तू सादर
स्वामी काजे तू सागर स्वामी काजे तू सागर स्वामी काजे तू सागर स्वामी काजे तू सागर
आय भक्तीच्या त्या वाटा
आय भक्तीच्या त्या वाटा
आय भक्तीच्या त्या वाटा
आय भक्तीच्या त्या वाटा
मद लावाव्या सुगटा मद लावाव्या सुगटा
मद दावाव्या सुभटा मद दावाव्या सुभटा मद दावाव्या सुभटा मद दावाव्या सुभटा
तुका म्हणे रुद्रा अंजनीचे अगुमरा तुका म्हणे रुद्रा अंजनीचे अगुमरा
तुका म्हणे रुद्रा अंजनीचे कुमारा तुका म्हणे रुद्रा अंजनीचे कुमारा
तुका म्हणे रुद्रा अंजनीचे अगुमरा तुका म्हणे रुद्रा अंजनीचे अगुमरा
तुका म्हणे रुद्रा अंजनीचे कुमारा तुका म्हणे रुद्रा अंजनीचे कुमारा
काय भक्तीच्या त्या वाटा काय भक्तीच्या त्या वाटा काय भक्तीच्या त्या वाटा मद लावाव्या सुभटा काय भक्तीच्या त्या वाटा मद लावाव्या सुभटा
काय भक्तीच्या त्या वाटा काय भक्तीच्या त्या वाटा काय भक्तीच्या त्या वाटा मद दावाव्या सुभटा काय भक्तीच्या त्या वाटा मद दावाव्या सुभटा
ज्ञानेश्वर माऊली ज्ञानराज माऊली तुकाराम
ज्ञानेश्वर माऊली ज्ञानराज माऊली
ज्ञानेश्वर माऊली ज्ञानराज माऊली तुकाराम
ज्ञानेश्वर माऊली ज्ञानराज माऊली तुकाराम
ज्ञानेश्वर 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 माऊली ज्ञानराज माऊली तुकाराम
ज्ञानेश्वर 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 माऊली ज्ञानराज माऊली तुकाराम ज्ञानेश्वर माऊली ज्ञानराज
निचिदान दे गा देवा तुझा विसर ना गाये ना वडे ते माझे सर्व जोडी अलगे मुक्ती धन संपदा संपदे सदा ना गाये ना वडे ते माझे सर्व जोडी म्हणे गर्भवास सुखे झाला वे आम्हासे ना गाये ना वडे ते माझे सर्व जय विठ्ठल जय जय विठ्ठल जय विठ्ठल जय जय विठ्ठल विठ्ठल जय जय विठ्ठल बोलिलेले पुरे देवा कोणी उत्तरे क्षमा अपराध महाराज तुम्ही दिला हे उत्तरला तुला क्षमा अपराध महाराज तुम्ही दिला म्हणे ज्ञानेश्वरा राता पाया पैकी करा क्षमा अपराध महाराज तुम्ही दिला ज्ञानदेव तुकाराम देव तुकाराम ज्ञानदेव तुकाराम देव तुकाराम ज्ञानदेव तुकाराम ज्ञानदेव कुंडलिक वरदे हरि विठ्ठल श्री ज्ञानदेव तुकाराम पंढरीनाथ भगवान माऊली ज्ञानेश्वर महाराज हर हर महादेव संतन की जय श्री अनंत मधुसूदना
पद्मनाभा नारायण जगद्व्यापका जनार्दना आनंदघना विनाश
सकळ देवादि देवा कृपाळु आदि केशवा मानंदा महानुभवा
सदाशिवा
सदरूपा चक्रधरा विश्वंभरा गरुडध्वजा करुणाकरा सहस्रपादा सर्वसर्गरा क्षीरसागरा शेषधेना कमलनयना कमलापती कामिनी मोहना मदनमूर्ती भवतारका गर्जाक्षिती वामन मूर्ती त्रिविक्रमा आदाहे सगुणा निर्गुणा जगज्जननिता जगज्जीवना वसुदेव देवकी नंदना बालरांगणा बालकृष्ण तुकाराळुकांगडी मदठावद्यावादी चरणी हेची करतसे विनवणी भवबंधनी सोडवावी सकळ देवाधिदेवा कृपाळुवादी केशवा आनंदा महानुभवा सदाशिवा सदरूपा आता विश्वात्मके देविले येणे वाग्यज्ञे तोषावे तो सोने मद द्यावे पसाय दाणे जे खळांची व्यंकटे सांडो तया सत्कर्मी रती वाढो भूता परस्परे पडो मैत्र जीवांचे दुरिताचे तिमिर जाओ विश्वास धर्म सूर्य पाहो जो जे वांचल तो ते लाहो प्राणी जात वर्ष सकळ मंगली ईश्वर निष्ठांची मांद्याळी अणवर्त भूमंडले भेटतो तया भूता चला कल्पतरुचे हरो चेतना चिंतामणीचे गाव बोलते जर्णवा पियुषाचे चंद्रमेघांचन मार्तंडे तापहिना ते सर्वाई सदा सज्जना सोयरे होतो किंबहुना सर्व सुखी पूर्ण होईते ते लोकी भजे द्वादे पुरुषे अखंडिता आणि ग्रंथोपविले विशेष लोके दृष्टादृश्य होवाई एक म्हणे श्री विश्वेश्वराओ हा होईल दान प्रसारो हे वरे ज्ञान देव सुख्या झाला हे वरे ज्ञान देव सुख्या झाला हे वरे ज्ञान देव सुख्या झाला स्थले मन जाय माझे
त्यास्थले हे निरूप तुझे
ठेवितो मस्तक ज्या ठिकाणी तेथे सद्गुरु तुझे पाय दोन्ही.
बोला
परमपिता
परमपिता
परमात्मा शिव भगवान की जय. गोपाल कृष्ण भगवान वासुदेव हरे वासुदेव हरे वासुदेव.
श्री गुरुदेव दत्त.
हॅलो हॅलो हॅलो.
नमो नारायण. नाहम वसामि वैकुंठे योगिनां हृदयेन च मद्भक्त्या यत्र गायन्ति तत्र तिष्ठामि नारद. या पदाची आज आपल्याला प्रचिती झाली काय बरोबर. तर एक जोरदार टाळ्या. जागृतेश्वर हरिपाठ मंडळी वाशीगाव यांनी इतकं सुंदरपणे हरिपाठ केला, कीर्तन केलं, खूप मनापासून आनंद झाला. आणि सर्वात शेवटी जे तुम्ही म्हणाले वाक यज्ञ, काय सुंदर आहे. इकडे हा द्रव्य यज्ञ होतो आहे आणि इकडे हा वाक यज्ञ होतो आहे, कीर्तन होऊन राहिलं आहे. आणि भगवंताला कीर्तन सर्वात जास्ती प्रिय आहे. बाकी काही असो नसो, ते असलं की भगवान स्वतः येतो. आणि आज तुम्ही हे केलं, फार आनंद झाला, मनापासून आभार. बरं, एक आपणा लोकांना सांगायचं आहे की याच्यानंतर जसा तुमचा एक कीर्तन यज्ञ होता तसा एक सुंदर वाक यज्ञ वेद आणि वेदांतावर होणार आहे. तर जर का आपल्याला इच्छा असेल तर जरूर आनंद घ्यावा. अँड नाउ another form of yajna. So those of us who are here, we are having lots of delicacies, one after the other, one after the other. लेकिन पेट नहीं भरता है ना. क्यों? पेट भर गया क्या? नहीं भरता है. जितना मिलेगा उतना कम है. तो we will be honored and privileged to have Dr. Shriram ji Agashe with us to explain and discuss about the same three concepts: mind, consciousness and prana. Yesterday we looked at the yoga and sankhya perspective, and today sir is going to enlighten us about the Vedic and Vedantic view of for mind, consciousness and prana. So I will request Makarand to come and give a formal introduction. I am sure nobody needs an introduction for sir, but still as a formal introduction I will request Makarand to please come and present sir to all of us.
धन्यवाद स्वामी जी. In fact, it's my privilege to introduce Dr. Shriram Hari Agashe, our learned speaker for the evening. It is also my good fortune that I have been and what more honor can a student aspire for than to introduce his guru on this very auspicious occasion. Dr. Shriram Hari Agashe was born in Chiplun in the year 1948, and coincidentally on what we call as Valentine's Day. So he was born on 14th of February 1948 at Chiplun. By education, he is a science student. He is MSc in chemistry and PhD in philosophy. And he has done his doctoral program in Mumbai University in meditative techniques. One of the very important dimensions of Dr. Agashe's personality is he's the one who actually executed Swami Vivekananda's dream of nation building and worked selflessly as a Jivanavrati in the entire of his youth. More than 20 years of his prime youth, Dr. Agashe spent as a Jivanavrati of Vivekananda Kendra Kanyakumari and spent that time propagating the cause of education in the entire northeast of India, all the seven sisters, 7 states of India. And you can imagine the situation, and this is, I'm talking of in the 70s and 80s, to be precise, say from 1971 until 1991. He had been tirelessly working in the field of education in the northeast of India when the region was not as developed as you see it today. After coming back from the northeast India, then he had a stint also at S. Vyasa in Bangalore, Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhana Kendra, as we all are familiar with Honorable Dr. H.R. Nagendra Guruji. And after that, Dr. Agashe shifted his base to Mumbai, and we have been fortunate that he is around us. He worked as a professor of chemistry in K.J. Somaiya College in Vidyavihar, and also ran their yoga department. The K.J. Somaiya College in Vidyavihar have a department which is devoted to the cause of Indian culture and heritage. So there is a department called K.J. Somaiya Bharatiya Sanskruti Peetham. आणि त्यांच्या योग विषयक जो त्यांचा जो एफर्ट होता, that effort was led by Dr. Agashe as a director of Sanskriti Peetham. Dr. Agashe is also extensively traveled not only within India but outside India in developed countries like Japan, USA, UK, Portugal, and many others, propagating the subject of yoga. He has tutored, I think, thousands of yoga lovers, and some of them, like me, have been fortunate to be his student of PhD. So under him, there are many people who have completed their doctoral programs. He also conducts regular study groups, be it on the aspect of Vedic philosophy, be it on Upanishads, be it on anything to do with Indian culture, heritage, spirituality. I mean, you name the subject, and I dare say Dr. Agashe can speak very lucidly, very informatively on any given topic. We are honored, sir, to have you with us today, and I welcome you, sir, to the dais and give us the benefit of your presence and your wisdom. Over to Dr. Sriram Hari Agashe. Thank you so much.
And I will now request Sannyasi Shri Vidyanandji to honor Dr. Agashe with a token, garland, as a token of our appreciation. Please. Yes, yes. आप अभी व्यासपीठ पर हैं. You are representing the व्यासपीठ. Oh, पण you are the representative now.
And on behalf of Satyam Sumiran Yoga Foundation and Jagruteshwar Mandir, I take my honor to garland Dr. Sri Ramji.
Hello. 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 तिकडे नाही म्हणताय. Hello. 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 तिकडे लास्टला येतोय की नाही सांगायचं. हो का? हॅलो. हॅलो. असाच राहील ना आता. हॅलो. हॅलो.
Namo Narayan. So,
प्रॉब्लेम असेल तर
ये इसमें आएगा.
कॉर्डलेस का दूसरा देता हूँ.
नहीं मालूम है तुमको. सर.
होय सर. हॅलो.
Hello, check. Hello.
हॅलो. So, shall I begin now? ॐ अग्निमीळे पुरोहितं यज्ञस्य देवऋत्विजं होतारं रत्नदातमं अग्निः पूर्वेभिऋषिभिरीड्यो नूतनेरुता सदेवां वेह वक्षति अग्निनारैमश्नवत् पोषमेव दिवे दिवे यशसं वीरवत्तमम् अग्नेयं यज्ञमध्वरं विश्वतः परिभूरसि स देवेषु गच्छति अग्निर्होता कविक्रतुः सत्यश्चित्रश्रवस्तमः देवो देवेभिरागमत यतङ्गदाशुषे त्वमग्ने भद्रं करिष्यसि स वेत्तत्सत्यमङ्गिरः स नः पितेव सूनवेग्ने सुपायनो भव स च स्वानस्वस्तये. Let me begin by paying my homage to Paramahamsa Swami Satyananda Saraswati, whose birth centenary we are celebrating in this Shrauta Yagna, which has been so nicely organized by Swami Yoga Pratapanandaji. Swami Paramahamsa Swami Satyananda Saraswati is known for spreading yoga throughout not only India but Australia, America, entire Europe, and he insisted on studying yogic and tantric techniques on scientific basis. So yoga became acceptable throughout the world because of him. If today yoga is accepted everywhere in the world, credit goes to the great souls like Swami Satyananda Saraswati. And we should also congratulate Swami Yoga Pratapanandaji and Satyam Sumiran Yoga Research Institute for organizing such a wonderful program of Yagna in the honor of Swamiji's shatabdi, and it is something which is unique for us, this thing which we witnessed just now. Now when we talk about Yagna, the moment this word Yagna comes to our mind, we have a picture of the fireplace, the Vedi, as we saw just now, and the priests standing around the Vedi, chanting the Vedic mantras, offering oblations to the Agni, the sacred fire, which is regarded as the vehicle for transporting human aspirations to gods. And in fact, this Yagni, and I was told here also, that Yagni is produced in a very special way through aranis. You know, in the ancient times, arani is a particular kind of fire stick which is rubbed together in order to get the sacred fire which is used for yajnas. And you know, in the Vedas, everything is converted into a kind of meditation. So even this friction of two fire sticks which are aranis, Vedanta tells it is similar to meditation, Omkar meditation. So in Shveta Shvetara Upanishad, we find a very beautiful shloka. It says that Swadeham aranim krutva pranavoscha uttararinim dhyana nirmathanabhyasat evam pashyet digudavat. Very beautifully said. What a tremendous idea. Just as the aranis, when there is a friction of the lower fire arani or lower firewood and the upper firewood, the fire which is hidden inside, latent inside, you know, the solar energy stored inside the wood, and it gets manifested because of the rubbing of the two aranis together. Okay. In the same way, the Omkara meditation does the same way. Dhyana nirmathana bhyasat evam pashyet nigudavat. The reality which is within us can be manifested by Omkar Dhyana, by Omkar Japa. So that is what beautifully said in the Upanishads. So the sacred fire is conveying our prayers to gods, and when the gods are propitiated, they maintain the ecological balance. This yagya is also for ecological balance, you know. And that is what several types of yajnas were invented by our rishis. We hear about, if you want to book a place in the heaven, for example, they had Jyotishtoma Yajna. If you do that, you are certainly going to the heaven. You are booking a place in the heaven. If you want a son, there is something like Putra Kameshti Yajna, which they perform, and you are sure to get the son. And in the ancient times, when the emperors wanted to expand their kingdom, they used to have Ashwamedha Yajna, you know, and you can have Vrishti Yajna. So many kinds of yajnas were invented by ancient rishis, and they did it because of the mantras. You know, how it happens? Is it only a kind of faith that you have, and because of it works and you get the fruit as the yajna phala? Is it like that, or is there any science behind it? You know, these rishis, they were mantra drashtas. In deep state of meditation or in deep samadhi, rishis actually saw the mantras, heard the mantras. So समाधि में ऋषियों ने भगवान के शब्द सुने और वही मंत्र हो गए, वो मंत्र दृष्टा हो गए, इसलिए उसको श्रुति बताते हैं. And those mantras, they regulate the cosmic rhythm, they resonate with the cosmic rhythm, and that cosmic rhythm is known as Rita. Rita is a very important thing. These two words, they very often occur in the Vedic literature, Rita and Satya. Satya is something which never changes, you know, something which is immutable, something which always remains, is called as Satya. Rita is a dynamic aspect of Satya. All the universal laws, the cosmic laws, the universal order is because of Rita, you know. The precise movement of the planetary movement is because of Rita, you know. All the natural laws, they are because of Rita. Even the law of karma, very precise law of karma. You know, karma and karma phala, they are mathematically bound. Why? Because of Rita. The cycle of seasons, the cyclicity of nature is because of this Rita, you know. So Rita is this cosmic law. And Rita can bring about all the ecological balance. Only man is capable of disturbing this balance. That is what we have done. All the problems of the universe which are today, I need not elaborate on that. But the main problem of pollution, which is everywhere, you know, it is because of Rita. The soil which we are disturbing because of the excessive use of fertilizers and pesticides, the health of the soil is spoiled. We are spoiling the Rita in it, you know. You know, there was a very peculiar and very funny type of incident which took place in Kerala. You know, of all the places in Kerala, some time back, there was a large demand for frogs. You know, frogs are required everywhere in China, in European countries, large demand for frogs. And so what Kerala youth will do, they will go to the fields, catch frogs, pack them, and just dispatch, and lot of money was earned. And in 1 year, frog population decreased drastically. And they found that crop yield also decreased drastically. Why? Because frogs, they eat away all the worms which destroy the crops. If there are no frogs, the worms will eat away the crops. This is what happens. This is what we are talking about, Rita, or the natural balance, you know. The carnivorous animals, they maintain the number of herbivorous animals. If that balance is not there, no leaves will remain on the earth. This is what we are talking about as Rita. So what yajnas, in yajnas what they do is, by chanting those mantras, this cosmic rhythm is established. And that is how the ecological balance comes, and whatever yajna phala you get it. You know, depending upon the four types of Vedas, there are four types of Brahmins who perform the yajna. You know, one is known as Hota. The Rigvedic Brahmin is known as Hota. Hota is the one who offers oblations into the fire. The priest who offers oblations into the fire is known as Hota. He is a Rigvedic Brahmin using Rigvedic mantras. The Samaveda Brahman is known as Udgata. You know, if you listen to Samavedic chanting, you will not move from there. Such an enchanting thing, Samavedic chanting. It immediately changes your consciousness. So the priest who chant Samaveda, they are known as Udgata. Then there is Ardhvayu, the priest from Yajurveda. He looks after the technical details. How should be the Vedi, what type of bricks you have to use, what should be the size of it, what type of firewood is to be used, what type of oblations are to be given, what type of mantras are to be used in a particular oblation. All these technical details, they are looked after by Ardhvayu, the Brahmana who is from Yajurveda. And there is the fourth Brahmana from the last Veda, Atharva Veda, who is known as Brahma. This Brahma is a supervisor. He supervises the entire process itself. So that is how the yajnas were performed to maintain the ecological balance. And I am going to talk about the mental aspect and consciousness little later on. But this is also something which is important for us to know when we have come to yajnas and other things. The ancient Rishis says that if you want to maintain the natural balance, ecological balance, if you want to have that Ruta working exactly, precisely as it should work, 5 types of yajnas, Pancha Mahayajnas were told. You know, Pancha Mahayajnas. First was Deva Yajna. Deva Yajna, propitiating the gods, the natural gods, Mitra Varuna. So, Om Shanno Mitra Sham Varuna, Shanno Bhavatvar Yama, Shanna Indro Bruhaspati, Shanno Vishnurukrama, Namo Brahmane, Namaste Vayo, Tameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi, Tvamev Pratyaksham Brahma Vadishyami, Rutam Vadishyami, Satyam Vadishyami, Tanmam Avatu, Tadvaktaram Avatu, Avatu Mam, Avatu Vaktaram. So that is the Deva Yajna. So they used to propitiate the Devas who were looking after the cosmic order. You know. Then there is Pitru Yajna, our mains. Our ancestors are to be propitiated before the main yajna begins. We shall discuss a little later when I discuss about a particular yajna which is going on in our body. It is at the main Vedi. On the south side, there is another small Vedi which is meant for Pitarats. It is known as Dakshinagni. So this is Pitru Yajna for our Pitaras, for our ancestors, for the mains. Then there is what is known as Nru Yajna for all the humanity itself. The humanity should be peaceful, there should not be any violence. The Nru Yajna is also for Loka Sangraha, bringing the people together, making them work, all sorts of social work, everything comes under that Nru Yajna. And then there is Bhuta Yajna for the entire creature itself, all the creatures, animate, inanimate, all creatures we have the Bhuta Yajna. So all these yajnas, they were performed in order to have perfect natural balance. Now, coming from, the Vedas, they have 4 portions always. We have Samhita, we have Brahmana, we have Aranyakas, and we have Upanishad. Samhita and Brahmans, they belong to what we call as Mimamsa type of philosophy, which we have discussed just now. So all the yajnas, everything comes under the first 2, that is the Samhita and Brahman. When we come to Aranyakas and Upanishads, these yajnas, they are converted into what we can call as spiritual yajnas, Adhyatmika yajna. The moment we come to the Upanishads and Aranyakas, the actual yajnas which we have performed and which I have told you about a little bit of that, they are converted into what we call as Adhyatmik yajna, to elevate human consciousness. So, they are the Adhyatmik yajnas, and in fact Bhagavad Gita, it gives so many types of Adhyatmika yajnas. Bhagavad Gita says that you do Adhyatmik yajna. So, Dravya yajna, Tapo yajna, Yoga yajna tatha pare, Swadhyaya Jnana yajnacha, Yathaya Samshaya Prata. So, that is what he says. So many types of yajnas. Because for common person like you, me and other things, and particularly people who do not know Sanskrit and do not know the culture, do not know about mantras, what they are going to do about elevation of their own consciousness. So they can do Dravya Yajna. Today also you can do Dravya Yajna. If you are not able to chant the mantras and offer, help Swamiji by offering Dravya. But remember, all these yajnas, in the yajna, when offerings are done to the sacred fire, Agnaye Swaha, Agnaya Idanna Mama, that Idanna Mama, it is not mine. When you give something, no expectation should be there. You should not even let know your name when you are. Dravya Yajna is done by so many people. So many people, they spend money really for good purpose also, for helping the people, Anna Chhatra and Dharmashala, and even the temples are built, But then the expectations are there. If the temple or the hospital should be in my name, so it should be Tata Memorial Hospital. Some sort of a thing is there. It should be Birla Mandir. Now, really speaking, why Birla Mandir? Mandir is in the name of God. It should be Vishnu Mandir, Shiva Mandir, Hanuman Mandir. It becomes Birla Mandir. This is not Dravya Yajna. So when you are talking about Dravya Yajna, when you give Idanna Mama, then only it becomes Yajna. Otherwise, it is good. Even then it is good. If you are helping the people in any way, if you are opening the educational institutions, if you are opening Hanya Chatra, good. But it is not Yajna as far as the Vedic texts are concerned. Unless unconditionally you give. Okay. So Tapo Yajna, you do tapas of any kind. Yoga Yajna tatha pare. So ancient yogis, they used to in Gita, another Yajna which they have done is Pranayama Yajna. And we are going to elaborate on that today because my topic is Prana and Mana and consciousness. So in Gita, Apane jivvati prana, prana pane pi jivvati, pranapana samayukta, pranayama parayana. A very wonderful yajna which yogi do. What the yogis do? They give ahutis of prana into apana and apana into prana. A very peculiar pranayama yajna yogis perform. Apane jivvati prano. प्राण की आहुति अपान में दे देते हैं, अपान की आहुति प्राण में देते हैं, और इस तरह से प्राणायाम यज्ञ योगी करते हैं. उस यज्ञ से क्या होता है? मन शांत हो जाता है. They are able to control the mind, they are able to channelize the mind, they are able to reach the higher state of consciousness. If pranic control is there, another text which is very important text, Yoga Vasishtha, it says that they use the word prana spanda and chitta spanda. The prana spanda gives rise to chitta spanda. Chitta spanda also in fact gives rise to prana spanda. What is prana spanda? Vibrations of prana, vibrations of this cosmic energy gives rise to the chitta spanda, vibrations of the mind. They are so closely related. So Yoga Vasishtha says, prana spando manorupam tasmat samsruti vibhrama. All the experience of the world which we are getting is because of prana spanda, which creates manorupam. Because of the vibrations of prana, you are getting the vibrations of chitta or mana. Prana spando manorupam tasmat samsruti vibhrama. From that you are getting the experience of the world. If you control that prana spanda, the samsruti jwara will go. Yoga Vasishtha calls the experience of the world as a kind of disease from which you are suffering. Samsruti jwara means disease of the world. We are experiencing the world, we are seeing the world, we are seeing the people, we are seeing the duality, we are seeing the multiplicity. Yoga Vasishtha says this is a kind of disease. How the disease will go? If you control the chitta spanda, how you can control the chitta spanda? Through prana spanda. So if you control prana spanda, chitta spanda will be automatically controlled. Now what is this prana about? What are we calling this as prana? Prana in one sense is a cosmic energy. All the energies which we see in the universe, they are manifestations of the prana only. Whether it is electrical energy or mechanical energy or gravitational energy or even nuclear energy, all forms of energy, they are different manifestations of prana working in the whole universe. So Swami Vivekananda, in his celebrated book Raja Yoga, he says control of prana by external means is what we call as physical science. What physical science is doing? They are controlling this external prana with the help of machines. So if we channelize the electrical energy, it is able to run our washing machines and the computers and show us the light, rotate our fans, provided we channelize it. Okay. So control of prana by external means is what we call as physical science. That is what the scientists do. The same prana is working within us in the form of life force, in the form of life energy. And all the things which are happening within us, all actions, every actions, whether they are the actions of the sense organs, eyes are seeing, ears are hearing, nose is smelling, or the physical actions, moving, talking, walking, or the digestive process or circulatory process, everything which is happening inside the body is only and only due to prana. Nothing can happen without prana. In the Upanishad, there is a very beautiful story that once, it is in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, is also in Prashnopanishad, once there was a fight between the different sense organs and the mind about the superiority. Who is superior? The ear says that they are the most superior because they are hear the sin. And the nose says, no, if I don't smell, you will not. And so on and so forth. And finally the eyes said, Sarvendriyanam Nayanam Pradhanam. Of all the sense organs, eyes are the greatest. So I am the greatest. That is what eyes said. Finally the mind said that if I am not there, the sensory inputs will not be really analyzed at all. If the mind is not there, now also when you are sitting there, my voice is, yes, reaching your ears. But if the mind is not there, nothing will go inside. You will not be able to understand anything. Sometimes we are looking at the thing, but we don't understand anything. Mind says, I am the coordinator. I am the one who analyzes the sensual senses. Now, in that conference, Prana was sitting silently in a corner and he got bored, as you get bored in any symposium, any conference. He got bored. He says, well, you are discussing all these things. I leave this conference. ये सभागृह का मैं सभा त्याग करता हूं. और प्राण बाहर जाने लगा. जैसे ही प्राण बाहर जाने लगा, इंद्रिय निस्तेज हो गए, मन काम करने नहीं. Everything, there was no energy at all. There was no energy. And they all shouted that don't go, please come back. You are required, because of you only we are able to function. As soon as prana came back, the senses started functioning well, the mind started functioning well. So this little story tells us that all the functioning, even the subtlest functioning of thought, is due to prana only. And controlling this particular prana is known as pranayama. Literally speaking, pranasya ayamaha pranayama. Now, one of the things which those yogis found is that this cosmic energy, or this the energy or the jiva shakti which is working within us, it has two types of orientations. You know, if it is downward oriented, it functions as sexual energy. If it is upward oriented, it becomes a spiritual energy. The same energy oriented downwards will be sexual energy or sensual energy. Energy working through the sense organs, energy working through the mind and going outward towards the world. If it becomes upward, then it becomes spiritual energy. So pranayama was a technique to convert this pranic energy from general sexual energy into the spiritual energy, which becomes ojas. You know, this beautiful word ojas is there. When pranic, that is why brahmacharis, if you look at the brahmacharis, if you look at the eyes of a brahmacharis, they are so full of luster because of ojas. If they are real brahmacharis, ojas will be there. Tremendous power come to their speech if you observe brahmacharya. You know, Swami Paramananda, Paramahansa Swami Satyananda Saraswati's guru, Swami Shivananda, he had written a book which I had learnt in my school days. Brahmacharya hates Jivan. Emphasizing on Brahmacharya itself. Because that is something which converts. So if it is converted into ojas, such a person has such a powerful speech, or even if he doesn't speak, people will listen to him. People will be attracted towards him. He will be able to pull the people. How this is done? By conversion of this energy into spiritual energy. And when it is converted into spiritual energy, then it moves upwards through Sushumna Nadi, through different chakras. You know, the chakras are like transformers which convert, just as we have the transformer to convert the electrical energy for the proper use, for the proper voltage required at that particular region. In the same way, the Shat chakras which we have, they are like a transformer using the spiritual energy for the particular purpose, whether it is purpose of digestion. So Manipura chakra, for example, we have the Mooladhara chakra, then Swadhisthana chakra, then Manipura chakra, then Anahata chakra, then Vishuddhi chakra, and then we have the Ajna chakra, and finally the infinite, you know, Sahasrara chakra, you know. So if the functioning of the whole body is concerned, it is the Manipur chakra which is looking after the entire health of the body. You know, Nabhi chakre kaya vyuha jnanam. That is what Patanjali says in his Yoga Sutra. if that Nabhi Chakra, if you know about that Nabhi Chakra, Kaya Vyuha Jnanam. Now all this only if the energy is channelized through Sushumna. Otherwise, there will be distraction of this energy. What is happening is the consciousness. Now we come to Prashnopanishad actually. Prashnopanishad, whatever I am going to tell now onwards, most of the things are from Prashnopanishad. One of the most beautiful Upanishad which I liked, in which lot of discussion is there about prana, the channelization of prana, about the nadis, and so many things. So if you want to know the details about what is prana, how it functions in our body, and how it can be elevated, how along with that consciousness gets elevated, you should go to Prashnopanishad. So in Prashnopanishad, Rishi Pippalada, the beautiful thing is, there are 6 students which approach a very great Rishi whose name was Pippalada Rishi. Now these 6 students are not ordinary students. They are PhD students, you can say, in the modern language. They already know the Vedas. They already know about the Indian culture. Their parents themselves, they are like Rishis. They are Rishi's children. So 6 such wonderful students, they come to Pippalada and they say that we have learnt all those things, Adhyatmika Vidya and everything, but we are not satisfied. Still some questions are lingering in our mind. What we are supposed to do? How we will go about it? Then what Rishi Pippalada tells them? No. He tells that, well, if you have questions, you have to stay in this ashram for 1 year. Observe the discipline of the ashram for 1 year. After 1 year only, you are eligible for asking questions. Your body, your mind, your senses, your consciousness should be rightly oriented in order to ask questions also. He said that you can ask me questions only after 1 year. And after that, he doesn't say, then whatever you ask, I will answer. He says, then if I know the answer, I will give. If I don't know, well, we will have to search for it. After some time, they start asking questions. And one of the questions is about prana. What is this prana? Where is prana located? How it comes into existence? That is the question which is asked by one student to Rishi Pippalada. And as soon as he asks the question, Rishi Pippalada says, Ati prashnan pruchasi, brahmishtosi. What a sharp question you ask. Only a man who is oriented towards Brahman, one who has some sort of Brahma consciousness, he alone can ask such questions. Even to ask right questions, you read qualification. And then he describes what is prana. And the first thing which he tells about prana is shadow of Atman. Very beautifully told. Prana ये आत्मा की छाया है. Very beautifully told by him. So wherever Atman is there, prana is there. But it is like a shadow of Atman. And he says that this prana functioning in our body, just like the king who gives different work to the different ministers. This prana is divided into our body depending upon different functions. And he tells what are the functions of this prana, pancha pranas, about which many of these they know. So Prashnopanishad says, Payupasthe apanam, Shrotram chakshu. So Payupasthe apanam, apana. So the prana, apana, vyana, samana, udana. So these are told to be pancha pranas. Among them, Payu upasthe apanam. Apana vayu is located in the organ of generation, organ of procreation, jananendriya, and the organ of excretion, malotsarjan. So these two works are done by apana vayu. Payu upasthe apanam. चक्षुश्रोत्रे मुखनासिकाभ्याम प्राणा स्वयं प्रतिष्ठिते. The Mukhya Prana is in the upper region, in the head region, mainly looking after the four senses. Chakshu, Shrotre, Mukha, Nasikabhyam, doing the work of the seeing and hearing and smelling and tasting. Madhye tu samanaha. The samana vayu is in between. You know, the word samana is mainly for balancing. It balances the two forces. You know, prana is naturally upward going force. Apana is naturally downward going force. Samana brings about a balance between prana and apana. That is why the name samana also. The name samana is also for another thing. Samana looks after the digestive process. You know, all sorts of food which we take, samana makes it samana. You know, it absorbs only the nutrients. We eat rice, we eat wheat, some people eat non-veg, and so many kinds of food. But samana assimilates only the nutritive portion. That is why it is known as samana. Then vyana. Vyana is all pervasive. You know, व्यान को जो व्यान नाम मिला है वो व्यापकत्व से मिला है. व्यान का मतलब ही व्यापकत्व है, बिकॉज इट इज एवरीवेयर इन द बॉडी. द सेंस ऑफ टच, यू टच एनीवेयर, इवन ऑन द बैक साइड you get the sensation. That is because of vyana. But the main function of vyana is the blood circulation in the body. Blood is circulated throughout the body. Blood reaches each and every muscle, each and every tissue, each and every cell of the body because of this vyana. You know, vyapakatva is because of this vyana. And then udana is not active as far as the common person is concerned. Udana is not active in us. Udana becomes active only after death. You know. And what Upanishad says is, punyena punyalokam nayati, papena papalokam nayati, ubhebhya manushya. So after death, depending upon the karma sanchaya, the udana takes the body or the sukshma sharira. Udana takes the subtle body, where punyena punyalokam nayati. If your actions are auspicious actions, then you go to Swargaloka, you go to better regions. Papena papalokam nayati. You go to the lower regions, to the papaloka, to the patala loka. Ubebhya manushya lokam. If there is mixed type of action, your actions are neither totally virtuous nor totally sinful. Most of our actions, they are mixed type of actions only, not completely auspicious, not completely, you can say, inauspicious or sinful. You know, many times we think that we are doing punya karma, but in that papa karma is also involved in a way. Suppose if you are going in a street and if a beggar comes and he is asking for money and you give money, you feel that you have done punya karma. You feel, yes, the beggar is asking for money, I have given money, I have done punya karma. But suppose if that beggar takes that money, goes to the bar and drinks wine and takes drugs, he has done papa karma. And somehow you have helped him in doing papa karma. And so it becomes a mixed type of action. Mixed type of action. Even in agriculture, we feel that the farmer is doing a lot of auspicious action, because if he is cultivating the food, you and me are able to survive because of farmers. You know. But it is totally punya karma when the field is to be cultivated. First he burns the soil. मशागत करता है वो, पूरा सॉइल को जला देता है, कीड़े मकोड़े को जला देता है. If they remain there, crop will not be there. So he is killing so many things. The papa karma is also inward. It is a mixed type of action. So, ubhebhya manushya lokam. So, such type of people will come back to manushya loka. So, this is what Udana is doing. And how he is doing that? You know, the body which we get, the subtle body which Udana takes from Prakriti, Manashasthani Indriyani Prakriti Sthani Karshati. You know, this is what happens when the subtle body goes to the cosmos. Manah Shasthani Indriyani Prakriti Sthani Karshati. Then we get body which is suitable according to our actions, mind which is suitable according to our action, and we get birth according to our action. That is what Bhagavad Gita has been told him. That whatever you are doing here, exactly, if even sadhana, if your sadhana is not complete, you know, next birth will be Shuchinam Shrimatam Gehe Yoga Bhrashto Vijayate Athava Yoginam Eva Kule Bhavati Dhimatam. That if you are not, because Arjuna asks very right questions, that you are asking me to leave everything, you are asking about Tyaga, you are asking about Vairagya. So if I do Vairagya, I am not able to enjoy these earthly pleasures also. And if I do not reach the final goal, I am like, मैं तो धोबी के कुत्ते जैसा हो जाएगा, न घर का न घाट का, यहाँ का आनंद भी नहीं मिला और वहाँ भी नहीं पहुँच गया. So what happens to me? So at that time he tells that it comes into your account. Your further janma starts from that particular account. Shuchinam Shrimatam Gehe Yoga Bhrashto Vijayate Athava Yoginam Eva Kule Bhavati Dhimatam. So that is what he says. So this is what happens to us. And now I think I should conclude. After 10-15 minutes I will conclude. I am going to tell you about a very particular yajna which has been told. How really the yajnas which we are performing can be converted into adhyatmika yajna. Prashnopanishad tells that a particular kind of yajna is going on in our body every day during sleep. Every day, for everybody, yajna is going on. We are not aware of it. You know, in the olden times, what we call as Agnihotra, it was there. The Agnihotra sadhana was done by everybody in the house. So Agnihotra will be there in every house, and they were performing that yajna in the house itself. They were doing that Panchagni sadhana. And so there was Agni, there was fire which was going on for 24 hours in the... we'll have question answers. Okay. So the Agni was kept alive in the house for 24 hours. जो अग्निहोत्री होते थे और जो ब्राह्मण होते थे अपने घर में 24 घंटे जागृत अग्नि रहते थे और उसको गार्हपत्य अग्नि. If you go and if you find out there are pancha agnis here, garhapatya agni, it is called garhapatya agni because it is grahapati. Hello. So in Agnihotri's house, the fire will be kept burning for all 24 hours, and it was known as Garhapatya Agni. It is the master of the house because it will be always there, you know. And in the courtyard, उनके आंगन में यज्ञ वेदी रहती थी. तो यज्ञ जब परफॉर्म करना था तो इस गार्हपत्य अग्नि से ही थोड़ा सा अग्नि बाहर ले आते थे. A portion of this master Agni, the Garhapatya Agni, was brought out, and because it is outward going tendency, the Garhapatya Agni is called as Apana. How this Pancha Prana, they are compared with Panchagni in Prashnopanishad. This is all from Prashnopanishad. Okay, so Garhapatya Agni is known as Apana because a portion of that Agni is brought out for the main yajna. And when it is brought out and when it is वो प्रज्वलित जब होता है तो उसको आहवनीय अग्नि कहते हैं. That आहवनीय Agni is prana because it receives oblations. So it is known as Ahavaniya Agni. Okay, so Apana is Garhapatya Agni, Prana is Ahavaniya Agni because it is receives oblations. And what are those oblations? Samana is Hota. I told you Hota is the priest which gives oblations into the fire. जो आहुति अग्नि में देता है उसको होता ऐसा कहते हैं. तो ये पंच प्राणों में होता कौन है? होता is Samana. And what type of ahutis he is giving? The ahutis which he is giving is Shwasa Prashwasa. In deep sleep also, everything else may stop, but Shwasa Prashwasa will going. So, Shwasa Prashwasa की आहूतियाँ समान अग्नि इस यज्ञ कुंड में डालता है. Now, if you look at the traditional yajnas, with the main yajna kunda on the right side of it, there will be another small yajna kunda which was known as Dakshinagni because it is on the south portion. It is known as Dakshinagni. It is meant for Pitaras, as I have told you. You know, before the main yajna starts, Pitaras are to be, Pitaras means mains, our ancestors. They are to be propitiated before the main yajna begins. So, this Dakshinagni is known as Udana. This Dakshinagni, now how beautiful is this simile you have to see. What Udana is doing? Udana is actually taking the blood throughout the body. That is what I have told you. Now if you look at the heart, on the right side of the heart is aorta, through which the blood goes to the entire body. This is what precisely Udana is doing. That is why it is called Dakshina Agni. It is known as Anvarya Pachana Agni. Anvaharya Pachana Agni. Udana is compared with Anvaharya Pachana Agni. Now what is this Anvaharya Pachana? What does it mean? Simply it means the last product of our food. When food is digested, what is the last product of the food? It is the blood. All the energy comes to the blood. The last product of the food is blood. That is why it is Vyana. That is why it is known as Anvaharya Pachana Agni. Okay. So we have the Grahapatya Agni as Apana. We have the Prana as Ahavaniya Agni. We have Samana as the Hota, who is giving ahutis. We have Anvaharya Pachana Agni or the Dakshinagni as the Udana. And this yajna goes on during sleep, only during deep sleep, with everybody. Who is Yajamana? Yajamana is the person who gets yajna phala. You know, yajna is done for the sake of Yajamana. All the yajna phala, when yajna is performed, yajna phala gets Yajamana. Mano vavahai Yajamanaha. Prashnopanishad says, who is Yajamana? Mano vavahai Yajamana. Mana is the yajna. So this yajna which is going on in our body during sushupti avastha Yajna phala who will get? Mind will get, mana will get. But what kind of mana? It is Shuddha mana, it is not ordinary mana. It is not the mind which is right there with you. The mind which is right there with you is full of anxieties, worries, tensions, full of thoughts, full of emotions. In Sushupti, this mind vanishes. You know, that is why Sushupti Avastha is a very peculiar Avastha which is eulogized again and again in the Upanishads. In Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, Sushupti Avastha has been very beautifully told. What is Sushupti Avastha? Yatra mata amata bhavati, pita apita bhavati, steno asteno bhavati, bhruno abhruno bhavati, ananvagatam punyena, ananvagatam papena, tirno hi tada sarvan kaman bhavati. This is Sushupti Avastha. What does it mean? Yatra mata amata bhavati. The mother loses her motherhood in Sushupti. You know, mother, so long as she is awake, she is so much worried about the child, where the child will go, what will happen to the child. More than herself, mother is worried about the child. Now in deep sleep, the child may be going to the fire. Mother is not worried because she is amata. She has lost her motherhood. Mother loses her motherhood. Father loses her fatherhood. Pita apita bhavati. Steno asteno bhavati. Chor. Steno means chor. The thief. He is no more a thief. In deep sleep, he may be sleeping by the side of police station itself. He is very tired. He has stolen something and so tired he goes to sleep. And accidentally it is by the side of police station. Now he is so tired and sleeping, he is not worried because he is astena. He is no more a thief. Steno bhruno abhruno bhavati. Ananvagatam punyena, ananvagatam papena. There is no idea of punya and papa. In deep sleep, there is neither punya nor papa because mind is not there. It is a state of no mind. It is amanaska sthiti. That is why this is beautiful sthiti. That amanaska sthiti, that mana becomes yajamana in this yajna. We are not going to get that yajna phala. Though we are sleeping every day, we are not getting. What is that yajna phala? उदानः यज्ञ फलः. यज्ञ फल तो उदान है और यज्ञ फल क्या है? उदानः अहर अहर मनसा ब्रह्मम गमयति. ये उदान वायु क्या करता है डीप स्लीप में? एवरी डे ड्यूरिंग डीप स्लीप उदान इज टेकिंग द माइंड टू ब्रह्मन, टू द सुप्रीम रियलिटी, to God. Every day we are visiting Brahman during deep sleep. Every day, everybody, no exception. It should be only a state of deep sleep, you know. And we are in front of Brahman. We are merging with Brahman. Why? Because there is no mind. You know, in spiritual yajna, what is happening is the ahutis of the senses, of the mind, of the everything is merged into the Atman. Mano buddhi ahankara chittani naham nacha shrotra jivve nacha grana netre nacha vyoma bhumi na tejo na vayu chidananda rupa shivoham shivoham. That is the yajna which Shankaracharya also has told. That is the yajna which is automatically happening in deep sleep. There are no senses, there is no mind, there is no intellect, there is nothing. We become one with the ultimate reality which we can call Atman, we can call Brahman, we can call it Satyam. Now we say, you can say that this is a very beautiful thought. If we read Prashnopanishad, it is very exciting. The way Prashnopanishad, I could not describe it so nicely as Prashnopanishad and Pippala the Rishi has described it. We say, oh, it is a magnificent thought, it is elevating thought, it is. But is it practicable? We are going to deep sleep, but we are never experiencing. We are not aware also. Then how we know that it is true? कैसे मालूम पड़ेगा कि ये सत्य है? क्या क्या कोई रास्ता है ये जानने का कि ये सत्य घटना घटती है हमारे अंदर? रोज घटती है, सबके अंदर घटती है. Is it possible? It is possible. How is it possible? You have to enter into sleep with awareness. You have to go into yoga nidra. And that is what Paramahamsa Swami Satyananda Saraswati, most beautiful technique which he developed was the technique of yoga nidra. Entering into sleep with awareness. If you enter into sleep with awareness, you can become one with Brahman. So we are actually obliged to Swamiji. This is ancient technique. Swamiji also says that even the Lord Vishnu himself, lying on that serpent in Kshira Sagara, he is in Yoga Nidra. And what do we mean by saying that Vishnu is always in Yoga Nidra? He is aware of everything which is happening in the universe. He is not taking part in anything that is happening in the universe. Continuous awareness without taking part in it. He is a continuous witness, eternal witness. Not even a blade of grass moves without the awareness because he is in Yoga Nidra. Because Vishnu is in Yoga Nidra. So Swami Satyananda Saraswati has given this technique to us. If we use that technique and if we enter into the sleep, we shall be able to see this Panchagni sadhana which is going on within us automatically, naturally, spontaneously. We shall realize. Well, I think I should stop here with this thing. And but I shall, if there are question answers, I will be really very happy to interact with you rather than one-way traffic which is going on up till now. I told about the Yagna, I told about the Prashnopanishad, I told you about the several type of spiritual yajnas which have been told in Bhagavad Gita, which have been told in Prashnopanishad, and finally I told you about the yajna which is going on every day. But if you have questions, if you need some sort of explanation of whatever I have said, well, I will go with it. Otherwise, I will stop here because Vak Yajna should not prolong too long, you know. So, tene Vak Yajne Toshave. Toshoni Maza Jave Pasaya Dana hai. That is what we heard just before this lecture started. So, you want to ask anything, please go ahead, please. I will be very happy to answer the questions if there are any, and yes, please go ahead with that. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes. 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 Because there were 6 questions which were asked to Rishi Pippalada. Prashnopanishad, I recommend you that you go through Prashnopanishad. I gave you only a glimpse of it. I gave you only a trailer of it. But the movie is worth watching, and you will not move from your place if you go for that movie. Rishi Pippalada, you know the ancient Rishis, one of the questions which was asked to him was very difficult, and he says, oh, I do not know the answer. In fact, if you are asking this question, I should also search for answer. Let us go to the third Rishi. The Rishis were so open-hearted, he says, I do not, the teacher says to the students that your question is very sharp, very deep. I do not know the answer. In fact, the question also did not come to me. I am not as sharp as you are. Let us go to third Rishi to get that answer. You know, such kind of Rishis were there, and that is why this wealth has come to us through the Vedas, through the Upanishad. So Upanishadic study is a Rishi Yajna. I told you about the different types of yajnas. So Swadhyaya is a Rishi yajna. If you study the Upanishads, if you study the scriptures, it is a Rishi yajna which goes on. So everybody need not have firewood and yajna vedi, chant the mantras and do. You can do Rishi yajna. So I have spoken for more than 1 hour and 15 minutes. So I think it must be quite enough. But if I not only there should be questions, but if there are some observations, there are many in the audience who might have studied so many things, who might be acquainted with the yajna, with the philosophy of the yajna. So if you can give some inputs also, you are most welcome. You are most welcome to make observations, make additions, subtractions also if necessary, and so on. Please. Do you want to ask something? Please go ahead. माइक दे सकते हो आप वहाँ?
हरिओम। यहाँ पे अभी मेरे सभी गुरुजन यहाँ पे उपस्थित है, तो मैं खुद को बहुत ही भाग्यवान समझती हूँ। आप खुद ने भी मुझे बहुत सिखाया है। मेरा एक छोटा सा सवाल ऐसा है कि अभ्युदय उदय ये जो योग वशिष्ठ में आता है, तो ओरिजिन यानी उसका प्राण का निर्माण कहाँ होता है, या सूर्य ही है? क्योंकि मैंने ऐसे भी पढ़ा है कि गायत्री सूर्य से ही, यानी जब प्रलय होता है तो प्राण अस्त होता है पूरी सृष्टि का।
यस, वो ऐसा कहा गया है कि जस्ट एज व्हेन द सन सेट्स द रेज आर ड्रॉन इनसाइड, लाइक दैट व्हेन प्रलय टेक्स प्लेस एवरीथिंग गोज बैक टू द ओरिजिन. दैट इज व्हाट दे से. एंड अभ्युदय एंड निश्रेयस, these terms come in another Upanishad also. Abhyudaya means
it is there, but just it will arise. It is there always, but it will arrive like that.
Yes.
So pranayam, what we do in natural anulom vilom or whatever ashtakumbha.
It is nasikya prana. Upanishad is not talking about that prana. The prana which is connected with the breathing is hatha yogic type of pranayama. It is good. I am not saying that this is good and this is bad.
I got it.
But it is hatha yogic type of pranayama, which also has direct relationship with the mind. Because the ancient yogis, they found that the process of breathing and the mental process, they are so closely related. Chale vate chalam chittam, nischale nischalam bhavet, yogis thanutvam apnoti, tato vayum nirodayat. Very simple thing which they found is that our mind functions, as our mind functions, so the breathing goes on, So, if the mind is fast, breathing is fast. If the mind is haphazard, breathing is haphazard, shallow, irregular. If the mind is smooth, the breathing becomes smooth. And this is something which you can see, even if you see our own emotions, if you are angry, watch your breathing when you are angry. Breathing will be fast, haphazard, shallow. Watch your breathing when the fear grips you. If you watch a horror movie, and nobody is there in the house, and 12 midnight and the light go off, and you look out and actually there is a pole and you feel there is a ghost outside, you are afraid, and see what happens to your breath. Breathing becomes very fast, very haphazard, very irregular. Whenever there is emotional disturbance, breathing becomes haphazard, fast, shallow. If the mind is relaxed, breathing becomes very regular. Look at the person who is sleeping. Watch the snoring process. A very long inhalation, very long exhalation.
Yes,
So that is why, he may disturb others, but he himself he is in Sushupti Avastha, long breathing. So, that is why they said if you control the breathing, you are able to control the mind. That is the simple thing. But that pranayama is connected with the breathing process. It is hatha yogic type of pranayama. The pranayama which we are talking about is direct control over the pranic currents which are in pranamaya kosha, and that can really happen through meditation.
Yes, yes.
Through meditation you are able to control the pranic currents directly. So that is the Upanishadic way of controlling the prana. And many other ways. In fact, if you go through Yoga Vasishtha, right now also pranic control is taking place. If we are doing satsanga, if we are reading scriptures, pranayama is happening to us through reading of the scriptures. It is not necessary that you sit in Padmasana. That is good if you are sitting. I am not saying that it is not. But it is not necessary so. If you are reading the scriptures, if you are doing sadhu sangata, if you are in the ashrams. Now just imagine if you go to some ashrams, you don't have any spiritual background or anything. You go to the ashram, you stay in the ashram in Rishikesh somewhere. Your mind becomes calm and quiet. Why? Try to investigate into it. Why the mind is quiet? Why you are so relaxed if you are in Rishikesh and all? Why not the same relaxation here? Why so much tension? Because of the lifestyle which we have. This is what yoga is telling. So pranayam can happen if you are in ashrams, if you are with satpurushas, if you are studying scriptures. There are so many ways. Meditation, of course, is the best way of controlling the pranas according to Upanishads.
Yes, I got it. Thank you, sir.
Please.
Sir. Hello. चालू आहे बोला ऑरेंज बॅग
Why such yajnas are necessary, having Vedis and all this?
That I told that it is to establish that Ruta. Ruta is the cosmic rhythm. मतलब ये सब जो जगत चल रहा है ना, वो एक प्रकार का उसका एक प्रकार की लय है, जिसको हम वैश्विक लय ऐसा कह सकते हैं, cosmic rhythm. If that cosmic rhythm is maintained, everything is in order. Ruta is cosmic order. ये जो पूरा जगत चल रहा है, जैसे प्लानिटरी मूवमेंट इज गोइंग ऑन प्रिसाइसली, सारे ग्रह तारे अपने अपने कक्षा में घूम रहे हैं. मैंने जैसा बताया कर्म सिद्धांत वेरी प्रिसाइज है, कर्म करो तो कर्मफल मिलेगा. ये सब रुत है. दिस इज कॉस्मिक ऑर्डर वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट. इफ दैट कॉस्मिक ऑर्डर इज डिस्टर्ब, you have the problem of the seasons, we have climate change problem, we have the problem of pollution. Today in our capital we cannot breathe. Problems because the ruta has been disturbed. Now what they say is, Rishis found the mantras which are able to establish this cosmic rhythm. ये जो लय है जिसके वजह से ये सारा विश्व चल रहा है, एक रिदम में चल रहा है, उसी से ये मंत्र आए हुए हैं. दैट इज व्हाई वेदास आर सेड टू बी अपौरुषेय. दे आर नॉट कंपोज्ड बाय एनीबॉडी. इट इज नॉट लाइक कविता विच इज रिटन बाय समबडी. दे वर देयर, दे ओनली ओरिएंटेड देमसेल्व्स in the state of samadhi and received those vibrations. Those vibrations are the mantras which are used in these yajnas. They are mainly Samaveda mantras or Rigveda mantras. When those mantras are chanted by the rishis, that is why from generation to generation these mantras are transferred. They do not come in one way. You know, even I am not eligible to chant those mantras for the yajnas. 12 years minimum. 12 years minimum you have to learn those mantras very proficiently, because the pronunciation has to be very accurate. You know, there is a very beautiful story in the Upanishads of Twachshri. Twachshri was a Brahmin whose son was killed by Indra. Indra, somehow it was killed in some yuddha. So he wanted to take revenge on Indra. So he performed a yajna so that Vrutrasura, one asura, will get strength to kill Indra, the lord of the universe. Okay. So he wanted to chant that mantra, Indra Shatrun Vardhasva, that was the mantra. Now if the emphasis changes, because उदात्त अनुदात्त प्लुत ये जो स्वर होते हैं वैदिक मंत्र में, कहाँ एम्फेसिस देना है, कहाँ जोर देना है, कहाँ नीचे जाना है, कहाँ ऊपर जाना है, ये बहुत बड़ा शास्त्र है. ये अगर बदल जाता है, so the emphasis should have been on Indra. इंद्र शत्रु वर्धस्व, इंद्र शत्रु है उसको मारो, ऐसा कहना चाहिए था. इंद्र शत्रु वर्धस्व, इंद्र के शत्रु को मारो, ऐसा हो गया. एंड वृत्रासुर वाज किल्ड. Why I told you this is that it is not only the pronunciation, the emphasis which is given on a particular word, whether it should be udatta, anudatta, swarita, all this is a science. It is a science. It's a perfect science. That is why पीढ़ीजात होता है ये. 12-12 साल लगते हैं. इतना सा बच्चा 5 साल का जाता है. 20-25 साल का होता है तो वो असल में वैदिक चैंटिंग करना शुरू देता है. So that is why, so if such mantras are chanted, the vibrations that are created, they establish Ruta, they establish that cosmic rhythm, they establish that ecological balance, they establish the natural forces, you know. So we have with us Narsimha Bhai and others who have done a lot of research work on yajnas, and I have visited one of their yajnas, which is Vrishti Yajna, in a place which is in Rajasthan, which there was no rain at all, hardly 1 inch, 2 inch, almost drought, you know. They started this Vrishti Yajna. I saw the big Vedis and other things, and now you will find that almost 60 inches, last 3 years, Narsimha, it is around 60 inches, no? It came to 40 inches, then it went up to 60 inches now. Imagine how Vrishti Yajna is coming, and it is not a question of faith. You know, they have investigated. I will not tell you much details of it. The chemicals that are formed, the ahutis which are to be given in the yajnas are also very important, you know. So formaldehyde is actually formed, which those ahutis which are given in Vrishti Yajna, formaldehyde is a chemical which is able to absorb the moisture. Therefore cloud formation takes place. It is not a cock and bull story which we are telling. It is not a question of faith. Ki you believe in Vedas. Of course you believe in Vedas. Veda Vakyam Pramanam. There is no doubt about it. But even scientific investigations are taking place, and believe in me, scientific investigations are now more outside India than in India. In America, in Germany, in Australia, very systematic research is done on yajna. Why the yajnas are able to give yajna phala? How Vrishti comes? Why? What happens actually? What are the changes? What are the climate changes? How the climate is changing? What are the chemicals that are formed? So that is why what type of leaves are to be offered? What type of बादाम पिस्ते अखरोट ये सब नैवेद्य आहुतियाँ दी जाती थी. Why pure ghee only? Why not ordinary ghee? All that is a science. I am not really qualified for explaining that science. I have only had a glimpse of it because of Narsingh ji and Ashwin Bhai and all their research. If you are more interested, You can go to Patedarwadi, and they are doing yajna every day in the morning, and they are also doing a lot of research work on yajna. And you can find. Would you like to tell a little about the research work done about yajna? Hmm? Narsingh Bhai is very humble. He does lot of work. There are so many people, no, like our Yoga Pratapananda Swamiji. You know what he is doing is only Karma Yoga Yajna only. You know, all the time spreading. You know, Bhagavad Gita tells of all the yajnas, the best yajna is Jnana Yajna. You know, spreading jnana and particularly spiritual knowledge, and that is what he is doing. He is doing it in the schools, in the colleges, in the Adivasi Kshetra, you know, where the education has not reached. Jnana Yajna is doing. So Yajna has got many aspects, but this particular Yajna which you asked about is because of the Vedic mantras, and that is a science.
Hari Om. Are there any more questions from anyone? कोणाला काही प्रश्न विचारायचे आहेत का? तुम्हाला प्रश्न आहेत का? कोणाला? आपल्याला काही प्रश्न आहे? Sir, let me just check whether online there has been a good participation.
Okay, please.
If there is a question
Yes.
that is posted on the live
Wait,
YouTube,
please. Oh,
I would put
wonderful,
it
great.
across to you, and then you may
Oh,
answer
great,
it.
great.
And if not, then we
Great.
can conclude the
Great,
session
great.
with your permission.
Great.
So there are no questions on
Okay,
online forum.
okay.
So can we conclude the session?
Please. But ask Swamiji, because he
No,
is the
I
final.
already got a message
Okay,
from
okay,
him.
okay.
So I believe there are no more questions at this point in time.
ये थोड़ी स्वामीजी की है.
On behalf of Satyam Sumiran Yoga
Swamiji
Research
ko de.
Foundation, I wish to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Sriram Hari Agashe for a very wonderful explanation and exposition on the various aspects of Yajna. And just now, as a concluding remark, when he was mentioning, there is no greater Yajna than Jnana Yajna. And it was really fascinating the way he took us through the concept of Vedic Yajnas, and then leading into the aspects of Prana, and then into the mental consciousness aspect of it. So, sir, on behalf of Swami Yoga Pratapananda Saraswati ji and all the Karyakartas and the organizers of this Yajna, humble thanks to you. And I'm sure all of you would have benefited from this Jnana Yajna. And let's hope that we continue this Yajna both in the physical sense of it and in the literal sense of Jnana Yajna sense of it over next few days. So once again, on behalf of all of us, sir, namaskar.
Thank you.
And thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hari Om. नमो नारायण. नमो नारायण. सर्वांना नम्र विनंती, a request. Before you leave this place, please have a parikrama of the Yajna Vedi and then leave. Correct? Hari Om. Thank you.